How's it going, folks? Hope everybody's doing well. Having a good Saturday evening. I sure as hell am. How's everybody doing? Let me get the music down here a bit. Hope you guys are enjoying the new tunes. By the way, I found a nice royalty-free kind of synthwave playlist on Spotify, and it's been quenching my taste. It's been quenching my taste. Yeah, I'm liking it. But let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Oh, you guys got ad. Okay, sorry about that. I'm gonna have to. I still need to go into the settings and fix that because Twitch will throw out auto ads, but I would rather have it so I can just do it myself. Just do manual ads. So, what a really? Oh no, yeah, I'm gonna fix that. What 105 advertisements say that does not seem too good. Yeah, hold on. let me fix that real quick. Yeah, you shouldn't be getting 5 ads in one servant. So is it playing all 5 ads at once? Like, are you getting one after another, or did it just play the one and let you go? Because if you got all 5 ads in one sitting, that would not be too good. Yep. Oh my lord. All 5? Oh shit. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying. I was looking through Spotify, and I found a pretty good royalty-free, like, vaporwave, synthwave playlist, and I'm pretty pumped. It's pretty good. It's quenching my music thirst, because most of the other stuff I've been playing in the past streams just felt so stale. But this stuff is pretty decent. I'm pretty happy with it. But let me know what you think. We have quite the agenda tonight. We're doing a lot of stuff. I'm stale. You're not too stale, dumb girl. You're not too stale. But yeah, we have quite the agenda, folks. With the new update 1.18, we have been given a lot of new things for console. A lot of new things for console. So we're going to be seeing some new stuff that I've done for Zagoria. Because, for those who don't know, Zagoria is getting a full rework for the 1.18 release that is going to make this thing look even more beautiful than it may have been before. Just don't want to miss anything. Absolutely, man. I totally understand. I totally understand. Yeah. So, without further ado, let me go like this and switch to our main scene. Let me know if everything's too good or all the audio is good. Like if the music's too loud, too quiet. But I think for the most part this is good. I think we're getting a bit of a proper feel for how it's supposed to be. But all right, let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it. This is going to be a lot of fun tonight. Music's loud. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna turn it down just a smidge for you then, and we'll see if this kind of helps. Here, 1 second. As the song ends, that's horrible. Doesn't really help us out here. Alright, let me know how that sounds. Is this a good volume? Too loud, too quiet? Or just red? Just red. What are we thinking here, guys? Some of us are old and ugly. Oh. Just right? Alright. Awesome, man. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. So, let's throw it on into the game scene, guys. Check this out. This is what I've been working on recently. This is console edition, guys. This is DayZ console edition. This is, of course, the 1.18 experimental, and I am using the PC tools for this, but this is all going to be visible on DayZ console edition. Check this out. Check that out, guys. Initial thoughts, let's hear it. What are you guys thinking? What are we thinking here, folks? Not bad, I do like it, feels right. That's good to hear, man. What about you, Mojo? How are you feeling about this, man? What do you like? Lots to render in, vegetation-wise. Yes, but the stuff has been optimized very well. So, I wouldn't imagine there's going to be a lot of a performance loss for console. But all things considered, I'm making sure to be pretty careful, if that makes sense. But careful with what I do, because I don't want to go too above and beyond where it's going to cause performance issues. I have a Series X, but worry about our friends still on one. Yes, of course. And believe it or not, with these new assets, the people on the original Xbox One are actually going to be lagging less than how they are currently on Zagoria. So, big difference. There's going to be a big difference. Lots of changes here. But for those curious, this is Electro. So this is the Electro town, but we are Zagoria-ifying it, if that makes sense, because Zagoria, or Electro in Zagoria, always looked pretty nice. It was always, I was trying to go for that overgrown sort of The Last of Us type feeling, you know? That was always the aim for that, and even Zagorian, like as a whole, but I just never really got to finish it because of the limitations, of course, that we've had with console. But now we've got so many assets to work with, folks. So this is going to be, I'm gonna be able to let my creative juices flow, and we are going to get some insane things here. Really, that's great news. Yes, it is. This update is making modding for console, well, not necessarily modding, but bringing new content to players. It's going to make it so much more streamlined and so much more available, to where there will be portions where you will look at things and not even know this is going to be the console edition, especially if you're playing on the Series X. So we're going to go through here. I have only done a small portion so far, but we're going to start going through and infesting the entirety of Electro. Electro is the first time we're hitting. It's one of the largest, and it's one of the main staging areas that we have on Zagoria, where we put a lot of detail in. Because what I do on Zagoria is a lot of areas have modified areas, custom areas, and new areas. But there are certain places I call staging areas, where they're usually spawn areas where players first encounter the map, and that's where I go out and do the most detail, the most high quality stuff, so it pulls them in and they get to see the raw power and the raw detail that they can encounter in Zagoria. So this is going to be one of those towns, one of those feature towns. So we're going to be redoing the pier. We're going to be going through redoing all the industrial area, and we're going to it's going to be a hell of a ride, folks. Wastelander, how's it going, buddy? Let me pan on down here so you can see this, man. This is the new Zagoria on Xbox for 1.18. This is the new portion of Electro. Check this out. Check that out. What's the render distance for this foliage? Let me show you. Let's see how far back we get till it's already. You can't see it anymore. So it renders out pretty fast because it's been optimized. It's been optimized for the game. So once you get out of that range, you can't even see it anymore. So if we pull out our nifty thing right now, I'm getting about 100 FPS right now. 100 FPS. And then if we kind of pull out of that area, our FPS goes down apparently because we are rendering more of the town. But if we go down like this, we can see that we are getting a bit more FPS here, folks. Yeah, a bit more FPS. Yeah, check that out. Rodeo. Well, let's get into it. I'd say this is going to be our main area of interest right now. I'm going to be doing some work on the police station. I'm doing something that's kind of similar to the approach that Livonia took when they were doing their police stations. So that's going to be my primary source of inspiration going off of this. Let's see here. Let's get our roadblock here. I'd like to have potentially a roadblock blocking in like our main staging area. That seems a bit too big, and we already have one over there. So what we could do is we could go for more of one of our singles here, like kind of like that, and then we can kind of sink that into the ground here, because I want it to look like this area right here is, or maybe a bit larger, but I want one portion where it was walled off. This is where the exclusion zone was, where shit really hit the fan, like day one. So we're gonna have like we're gonna overflow the hospital. There'll be like hospital beds scattered in the ground. It's going to be insane, guys. It'll be very cool, very, very cool. So I hope you guys enjoy that. The kill box, yeah. for lack of a better word, yes, the kill box. Absolutely. Apologies if you guys see this map appear. It's just whenever I'm typing, if I type a word that has the letter M in it, the M is also binded to open the map. So whenever I'm typing, it'll open up on its own. So it's not really something I can control, you know. So I do apologize if you guys can start seeing me open the map a lot, because it's not quite. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not doing it on purpose here. So this is going to be one of the last staging areas where a lot of the forces were. So in the back, we're going to have some more stuff like this going on. I'm just thinking here. Let's see. Let's get a 3D manhole there. Let's update that manhole. So our sewer. Oh crap. Sewer cover. There it is. So that's actually a bit too big. But what we can do is we can just lower this down so we can have a bit more depth to our manhole cover here. That's looking nice. But yeah, if you guys have any suggestions, anything you guys want to see added in personally, feel free to jump in the chat and just let me know, because I'm making this for the people. I'm making this for the community. So I'd love to know what you guys want to see. I'd love to know what you guys want to see, because the sky's the limit in 1.18. The sky is the limit. Okay. Raise that up. Oh, nice. Nice. So we actually do have our power lines here. So if I want to get cool, then I could lower these down so it kind of spans between a few buildings. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool. Now we're just gonna have to position this correctly though. We don't want to seat on the inside of the police station or any of the houses that we're working with. You know, so we can kind of put it like that. And then we can grab our entire cable here, and we're just going to lower that down. We're just gonna lower that down. And it kind of cuts off here. So for this, we can put some sort of power line here, or pole like this with a nest in it. And we can kind of just have that there for now, so I can remember to do something here. Oh, I did not want to clone it. Oh, wow. Wow, sorry about that, guys. There is a person setting fireworks off right in front of right in front of my house. I'm not sure how legal that is, but nonetheless, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. They got a lot of fireworks going off, actually. So if you guys hear anything, that is likely going to be it. That is likely going to be it. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to grab our this and that. I'm going to we don't see that cable anymore. And then for something like that, we're just gonna, I don't know. I'm thinking here, is it possible, or is it still impossible to say, use that manhole cover as an entrance to an undercover base or underground base? Yeah, unfortunately, I would have to do a lot of work to make something underground, but I can make a fake underground by adding rocks to an area, so I can make like caves and cave systems and bunkers in that sense, but I couldn't actually go under the map. I hate to burst your bubble there, but it's just temporary, guys, so I'm going to fix these models and replace them eventually, but I just would like to have some sort of placeholder here just to see whereabouts the stuff is, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's like, you can see there, that's clearly clipping. So the only issue is we don't have shorter lines, so we kind of have to just work with what we have and say it looks good enough. Even with all this new stuff, even with all this new stuff, we still have to compromise. I might even just, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that because I just want to add cables, because having power cables, for some reason, I have a sweet spot for those. I have a very big sweet spot for seeing like down power cables all over the place. See if this one's any shorter. Apologies, guys. We're gonna be doing a bit of testing too, because this is all sort of on the fly. Let's look up the line and see how many things we get. Okay, so we do get some pretty long lines here. So yeah, these are meant more so for the giant things, which we could have running through here eventually. But I don't know, I think power cables look really cool. There isn't enough in Electro. Especially if we could have it hook up the entire power grid. I feel like that would be nice. That would be nice. At least buy us a beer. Yeah. Better apologize to us who aren't doing any hard work. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna kind of work our way out. So I'm gonna start in this little zone here, from this little road all the way into here, and then we're gonna. So this is all gonna be grassed in, overgrown, crazy shit. For lack of a better word, crazy shit. Now let's see here. Let's get some slum roofs in. We'll start scattering these guys around, because these are very cool. We might start spreading these around. Maybe have one back there. Because you want to have it very dynamic. You want stuff players like run through stuff, you know. Have everything feel like one big, huge thing. Like sprawling. So if we spawn in here, we go through this. Oh, without a doubt, at least we can. This just feels way cooler. This just feels way, way, way cooler. Yeah, stuff like this over here. Oh, this is gonna be where our field hospital is. We're gonna have bodies and like this is gonna be we had this on Zagoria originally, but we're gonna be redoing it and remaking it over here. So you liked my attempt at the DayZ lemon? Oh yes, sir. That was right. I was keeping myself awake, man, because I was drifting off to sleep there. So I was really trying to stay up just a little bit longer so I could see you finish that lemon. But it came together very well. Came together very, very well. And thank you for spending the time to make that. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna need to place this grass sparingly because we don't want to blow up any. We don't want to blow up any consoles now. That would not be the most optimal scenario. No. That's a decal. As you can see, I already started to line. I've started to line that as well. As you can see up here, we even have these small little survivor camps. So you can see that at one point there were survivors up here and they had some sort of settlement going, but something happened that forced them out of this area. So I'm putting layers on layers of time. So the initial riot, the trash that builds up from people, from the central sanitation systems failing, that's going to be the first things I'm starting to incorporate, you know, so that we're going to have trash scattered around. Then we're going to see people starting to rebuild, and we're going to see these these kind of primitive structures starting to sprout up on top of these standing cement structures. So gonna make you PC mod. You have to pay me for that. Tell you what, it's already enough of a pain of ass pain in the ass to do this on console. Let's see here. Bridge, yeah. Look at these wooden bridges, guys. I don't know where I'm incorporating this, but these look sick. These look really cool. I'd like to put this out in the water somehow. Like have it out. No, like here. There you go. See, and this this is the beauty of Zagoria. A lot of it's just spur in the moment ideas that I think of, and I'm like, you know what? That would look damn nice. And then, as you before you know it, it's in the next update. We're gonna put some of these here, so it looks like they use these to stack up on top. And we can offset that, rotate it, give it a good old rotation. So it looks like they had like a bit of a path to get up onto here. I don't like that though, so we might have to kind of offset this little guy a little bit, kind of like that. I like that. Maybe just have it like that, or not. I might just have it off to the side actually, because it's not doing what I want it to do optimally. It's being a little not too nice. Actually looks pretty good. And of course, we can scatter some boats around here, so... No, I don't want to type blast. We want to type boat. There we go, so static boathouse, and then all that stuff. Put a nice little... I challenge you all to find these locations once this gets released. It'd be cool seeing like all of you guys trying to find this stuff once it actually gets released as a stable, full mod. But yeah, Dump Grob. One day I might make a PC map, man. That'd be pretty fun, you know. But the only issue is if I wanted to make a PC map, I know I would be doing everything I could to make it the top map. So I'd be working away at for years trying to make it the best project ever. But we are Project Lemons here, folks. So everything here is a project. You know, what would be cool but unattainable, given the limits, would be skeleton zombies. Zombies that have decayed. Oh, Mojo. Mojo. We can. Well, yes, we can. We totally can. Check that out. We totally can do that. Have like one of these guys over here. Mojo, I'm telling you, man, 1.18 is some big shit. Get the fuck out of here. Yep. Yes, you can, man. Yes, you can. You can even do deer piles. Like if I want to do stuff in the wild, if I'm doing a hunting zone, I can even put in deer things, or even in towns and cities, because we got to think, how long has it been since the outbreak happened? You know, there's going to be animals coming through here. There's going to be new wildlife sprouting from the ruins. So even having that there looks pretty nice. So I'm telling you, man, 1.18. Set your calendars, folks. Alright, I'm just thinking here. Because it's kind of hard, man. You have to think about generations of overgrowth and stuff, and you have to do each layer. You know, you have to do like the original, and then the grass, and then you have to think how it will be like in 5-10 years. So I'm really trying to envision that, you know. We have the dragon teeth here, like the military. We're trying to block this. Oh, that's what I forgot. We don't have military presence in here, and as we know from the Xbox version of Zagoria, this area was one of the last stand areas from the military where they were putting in their last efforts to try and get some sort of grasp on the situation within DayZ. So we're definitely going to be incorporating some of that around here. That's looking cool. So what stage are you basing this on? Year 1, Year 2, Year 3? Good question. We're going more so out to like Year 3, Year 4, but you have to remember too, sanitation services, like the government-funded sanitation services that work in each of our areas, they do stop a lot of this from happening. And if they were to stop for about a week, you would already start seeing something looking like this. You would already start seeing something that looks like this. So it's crazy. It's crazy how much they do, like the dirty jobs that people do. It is insane, because there definitely is a lot of stuff here. Now, we don't want to put too much military here, but we want to have slight implications that there was a military presence at one point that may have pulled out or was just overrun. So let's maybe put that. What are we thinking here? Maybe that's a bit too tight. We can set that up right here. Though we don't want it to interfere with the barbed wire. I think that right there is a good spot. Because this was like the main HQ right here, or well, the temporary HQ that the military had set up. Even in the original version of DayZ, this is kind of like their main sort of area they had in Electro. This may have been an evacuation area. However, we don't have the information really to say. That looks nice. Then we're gonna add a bit of a wear decal under that. We can kind of just put that under the map. There we go. So we have a bit of a wear decal. Then we're gonna add some shattered glass as well. We can have a few Humvees here. That door to not be colliding with anything there. I'm going to do a surface alignment. As you can see, some of these models aren't always aligned properly out of the box, so we're going to have to give this a little bit of TLC here. Oh shit. A lot of TLC apparently. That looks pretty good. And we can lift the back up like this, give that a bit of a pop, and then yeah, we don't want it to be floating. We don't want it to be floating, but a oil spill under there to show that there was some leakage. Let's see, and then we are going to add tanks back too. Don't you worry, guys. The tanks are coming back because there were tanks scattered across too that were staged in strategic areas. I had to actually do research. Not for this one right here, but I did research from different countries in the Soviet Union, like or from the Soviet era, how they would do their stagings with tanks and stuff when they were like doing invasions of towns and all that stuff to get the most realistic looking thing going. So we did a lot of work to make Zagoria look very good, even down to the small details, very, very small details. We're gonna add another leak here. Another of our squad, Kyle, is watching, I believe. Awesome. Well, Kyle, if you are watching, welcome on in, brother. I hope you're doing well. We're working on the 1.18 remaster of Zagoria, so a lot of cool stuff going on here. Now, does anybody know what the T-72 was? The turret on it a static turret that didn't move, or it actually was? It could pivot. Because I'm not sure if this is one of the older ones where it had just a static turret on it, but I know for people eyeballing that little guy over there, that track roller, or whatever you want to call it. I know that's kind of, oh my lord, I know that's kind of clipping, but we're going to solve that with a bit of decals from like ruins and stuff. So I'm just going to like this surface alignment. Ooh, that does not look too funky. Just kind of walk that up a bit. Because you got to think too, there probably would have been some sort of outrage from civilians, so there could have been a civil war that broke out during this. This also, of course, took place somewhere in 2009 during the Chernobyl Civil War. So there was already a lot of displays of public riots going on at that time. So we are going to incorporate that too. All those tanks in Ukraine that are missing their turrets are all T-series tanks. Okay. Oh, it moves, yeah. Oh, can you add a skeleton in the tank? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. We can kind of have him sticking out somehow. Maybe have his arm. You just see, like, his little arm sticking through. You see his hand on the other side? Is there any visible hand? Yes, there is. So yeah, I can kind of go like this. And maybe have the skeleton of a hand inside there, so if people ever go in and look there, they can see there was somebody there at one point. There was somebody there at one point. So we want pristine ones as well, because not every tank would have been damaged. So I hope there's some pristine ones here that we can work with. Or what is this, a T-72? T-72 chassis turret. Oh, a BMP or BDRM. These are all like old school Soviet ones. That's pretty cool. Like look at this mojo. So this won't be accessible by vehicles, of course, which you can already see by the dragon teeth. But what's nice is there are side roads that can easily connect to you if you're trying to get around this area. Vehicles are hard to find and a necessity on Zagoria as well, so it's not going to be too big of an issue or an impact on gameplay at least. So we can have this kind of arched inwards like this. This looks surreal. This looks surreal. A BMP1, love it. That's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. And then of course we have to add our decals to it. So we're going to add the slick here. So as you can see, there was some sort of military staging here that went on, some sort of exercise or something that could have been from when the outbreak happened. It could have been their response then, or it could have been the response during the Chernobyl Revolution that happened, or the Civil War. So it leaves players to think and build their own story, which is what I really want to do for this. Because I want players to be able to look at this and create their own story, which is the whole point of DayZ. Oh, BDRM. Or BRDM. can have that over here, laying on top of this. It's funny because I was hoping to redo Zagoria again at one point, even though I just finished it. But I did not think it was gonna be so soon. But just literally, they just announced this, and I was like, "There's no way I couldn't redo it with all these new assets. Like, there's no way I couldn't, you know." Absolutely not. So, as you now know, the development has started. So, you know, this game happens in Ukraine, eh? Oh, okay. So, I'm not sure Chernarus does, but Livonia, I think, is in Ukraine. Or no, yep, Chernarus is the Green Sea, so it's the eastern borders. Chernarus is actually, the real-life terrain of Chernarus is based outside of the Czech Republic. I don't know what I was saying there. That's actually, this is based from the Czech Republic, so Czechoslovakia, that area, and then Livonia, Livonia is based off somewhere in Eastern Europe in Poland. So, very cool stuff. Or that's at least where the real life stuff came from. No, we don't want to drag that out. Whoops. No, we don't want to get that flat. Yep. Now we want to flood this with traffic as well, because there would have been a mass surge of people trying to get in and out of the city following this, you know. Even during not even the outbreak, but during the Civil War, there would have been people trying to get out of here. So we're gonna have maybe cars stopped here at this barricade. And then, of course, once I'm done doing this, I'm going to start flooding the grass in and adding the vines and all that. But I would like to get the original builds down first, and then I can grow on top of those. You may have been thinking of something else in DayZ, so don't short guess yourself yet, because you may have been thinking of another map inside of DayZ. No, I don't want to do that. I want to use the other variant of the Olga, or the Gunter. There we go. And all three of these will get a nice adjust to layer, or adjust to surface. Now when I'm placing these down, I always gauge where the rim is. So I just want the rim to just be going under the surface, just like that. That's how I know it's a good placement. And then everything else looks nice as well, so I always just gauge off where the rim is. So if the rim's just going underground, it looks good. I usually sink the tires down a bit too, because it almost looks like it's floating sometimes, just because of the shading in the game. So just sinking those down a bit really shows off that no, it's not floating. Let's do a quick save. 100 objects. That is chump change here on Project Lemons. Those are some chump change numbers. I already know what you're thinking, Mojo. I already know what you're thinking here. Kind of missed on there. He does look a bit big though. I don't know. He does look a bit oversized. Oh, I was, yeah. I knew it, man. I knew it. Once we overgrow stuff and we have vines going through and stuff like that, it will look a lot more normal. That's just like us laying it down, baseline. Now we need to add rubble. We're going to start destroying these buildings. Well, quote unquote destroying them. So let's get some. Should be able to get some rubble. There we go. Oh, no, I didn't want to move that. Whoopsies. We want to move this. Something like that. And then we can kind of yoink. Thank you. And then we can kind of thank you. And we can kind of go like that. And then we can actually move that back now that we have that sorted out. Quick frame check. Dropped in frames a little bit, just a wee bit. But it's because we have all these markers and all this stuff. But once we export it, it runs a lot better. I've noticed. Your experience may vary, but. That's a lot of rubble now. That's a lot of rubble. You kind of have that building off and oh, that's too much. A bit too much. Just a wee bit. Yeah, for everyone who's still in chat, how are you guys doing tonight? How's your, if you're Canadian, how's your Victoria weekend going? The Victoria long weekend. Biohazard bags here. This is looking sweet. This is looking really cool. Let's go for a quick jog through here. Oh, this music playing too is kind of setting the mood. Dude, the PvP through here is gonna be awesome. Like ducking behind these active areas over here, tossing fire while going through these overgrown areas. It's gonna be so cool. Like, look at that. Look at the urban warfare, like the guerrilla warfare that's gonna happen here. We're running through all this. Doing good, man. So sorry, back at his mom's house. So I get the TV back. Oh, son's back at his mom's house, so I get a TV back. That's not too bad. I'm doing well, man. I've been doing well. Been brainstorming a lot. Been doing a lot of brainstorming as to what I want to do for console edition with the new update, and this popped in my head, and I was like, oh, we need to hit the ground running. We need to hit the ground running. So we did. I feel like when I release this is going to blow a lot of people's minds on console, because for the longest time, everyone here who plays console knows what it's like on console. Something like this is like, it's like it's surreal. It's very surreal, very surreal. So I don't know, like Mojo, are you have you come to terms with this yet? Like this is crazy. This is crazy. Just like this music, I'm gonna skip this one. Hold on. Oh yeah, so if we go over here, everything unrenders. Like if we go over to Cami, things are back to 100 FPS. So everything unloads once you get away from that. Everything unloads once you get away from that, so it won't be a big issue, especially the object spawner too. For anyone wondering, by the way, this is Reshade. I use this as a tool for adding special effects in post-processing when I'm doing like videos or trailers. But I also use it as a statistical tool to check where my frames are looking at, so I get good performance reads when I'm working on my map to make sure players will get good performance reads as well. So legit, it's really just wow. Exactly. There's no way to describe it, you know, because a few new things would have been nice, but they put everything in here. So I'm gonna make sure I'm utilizing every single thing I possibly can. Every single thing. He's called again. Bags. Okay. One thing I saw in Esseker is they actually had sandbags around their shops in their cities. And I know it's because it was flooded, so they're doing that as a way to mitigate the floods. But I think that'd still be a cool thing to put on dry ground here too. Mojo, do you have any experience with placing sandbags? What looks tactically correct to you, or? No, we let privates do the hard work. So I don't recall. Were you Marine or were you infantry or sorry? Were you Marines or were you Navy or? Because I know you could be infantry for a lot of things, but As you can hear, I'm quite the inexperienced person when it comes to that kind of stuff, so you're gonna have to fill me in there. Army infantry, nice, nice. So, in regards to the staging area that I'm going for, this is something you'd see in the real world, right? Because I did do a research into stuff like that, like battle stagings and having like the whole battle theaters and all that stuff, and having realistic stagings in towns and cities for not even just outbreak situations. Like I'm just talking like civil wars and stuff like that. So, let me know. Let's read this here. Well, you'd want choke points and kill boxes, but also room for friendly vehicles to pass through, but slowly to stop. Okay. Okay. So kill boxes are real things, eh? Noah, how's it going, buddy? How are you doing, man? What if I told you this is coming to Xbox? All of this. What if I told you this is all gonna be on your console pretty soon? In a matter of weeks. This is the new Zagoria remaster, Zagoria 2.0, using the new 1.18 assets. Doing good, brother? That's good to hear. I'm glad you're doing well, man. Okay. Man traps, so the guerrilla force, kill zone security party, the rallying point, and the security party. I'm looking at something here for by global security for ambush and guerrilla warfare. I never thought I'd be reading this stuff. How have you been? I've been doing well, man. I mean, I've been blown away by the new assets, and I got very inspired. So I hopped on tonight, and I said, you know what? Zagoria 2.0, baby. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. This is all coming to console. All this overgrowth, all this apocalypse you see here, all this beauty, nature's beauty is coming to Xbox. Coming on down the Xbox and PlayStation too. So. Yeah, I'm trying to think. We're doing strategic placements right now of the military forces to reflect real life placements of how they would actually work. You're gonna have to explain some of this stuff to me though, Mojo. Like the I can't even read apparently. The security party, the guerrilla force, and the rallying point and security party. I mean, a lot of this is basic knowledge. Like you can kind of piece two and two together. But you're gonna have to fill in the blanks here for me. Was I muted that whole time, Kanoa? Was I muted that whole time? This happens a lot. I'll be talking, and I'll be going through like through like 10 minutes, talking, having this entire great conversation, and I go down to feel my microphone, and I'm like, shit, I had the thing muted because I have a little mute button, like a kill switch on the microphone, in case I need to quickly mute or unmute myself. But I hope you heard me. This is coming to Xbox. Everything you see on screen here, this is all coming to Xbox. And I said I was doing well. But I'm currently looking in here right now. Oh, okay, well, let's say your zone is unsecured. First, you need to secure every window that can shoot down on you. Okay. Now, talking, so, Mojo, if this was a enemy-controlled town, like, let me zoom out here. Let's say the enemy presence was in here, and the forces had to close in. What would they be doing here? Like with these placements and all that stuff. Should probably put together a convoy as well, because there would be convoys of troops moving into the area. So we'd probably have something. I was looking at a few references. Let me know what this looks like here. You'd usually start it off with something like having like one of these trucks here. I'm just gonna put this somewhere random, and then we'll superimpose this and edit it as we go. You'd have something starting off like that, and then you'd start off with a few trucks. So you'd usually have your supply trucks in front, and then it would be backed by, of course, some of these guys. But I need to find the nice ones. And you'd have like Humvees in the back or Humvees in the front when you're doing stuff like this. I'd imagine it would be in the back, and then you would be sandwiching your tanks and your wherever the other crap that it was here. BDRMs, the BMPs, and stuff like this. This kind of stuff would be in the middle of your convoys. So you'd have something more like this, and then you have something like that, and then you would get your. Come on, throw me a bone here, game. Give me my assets. You get something more like that. Throw that in there. So is that kind of like what you'd be seeing with a military convoy? Sorry, got ads again. One Hummer front, one truck, BMP, Hummer. The Hummers and the BRP are opposing forces. So you'd have some at the front and you'd have some at the back. So it'd kind of be looking more like this then. So you'd have one in the front, then you'd be followed by the truck, the BMPs, and then you'd have the two Hummers in the back. Is that kind of looking like it? Rotate a bit. Which one are we talking here? Because yeah, I'm just moving it out. I'm gonna be moving all these and changing them as I put them in. But this is just a rough to show you what it kind of looks like. Yes. Okay. So this is kind of what we'd be getting then. Just to confirm. Oh, you just meant rotate so I could see. Okay. So this is kind of like what you'd see in a convoy line. one thing I'm going to do as well with Zagoria is with the new files we got for modding, I'm actually going to make it so that there is a abandoned military convoys. Convoys like this will actually be spawning across the map randomly. So I know you'd usually have these two up in front. And I've seen a few pictures of references, and you'd have these two a bit more staggered because those are big boys. And you kind of have this one. These two would be a bit more close together. And then, I mean, you don't want to run into each other. You don't want to be running into each other here. And then we're going to kind of stagger these. So we're going to have these spawning across the map as well, which will have military zombies at them, and they'll have low-tier military loot. But this is we're going to be seeing these type of things more so around the map. So we can grab this, and this will all be getting moved into our actual area here, our opposing area. That's looking pretty sweet. So that's going to need a bit of tweaking here. But we have the full convoy. I might even stagger it back a bit. Oh, this road leads to nothing. That's great. That's great. We'll have our convoy here, moving in, because this is one of the outer limits of the city, and that gets cut off anyways. But we can assume that was put at a later point. We can assume that was put at a later point. So we can have these kind of going through here, and then let's rotate this convoy real quick. But yeah, thanks for your assistance there, Mojo. I'm going to be requesting upon your help a bit here, a little frequently, because I'm really trying to get this very realistic. Very, very realistic. Because Zagoria can't just look nice. It has to be real too. Because you can have something that looks so cool, but just isn't realistic whatsoever, you know? And I want to try and get the best of both worlds here. Best of both worlds. I know a lot of people here who may have deployed or have had some sort of service history will appreciate these very realistic key things I'm adding in as well, I'd imagine. It's the small things, folks. It's the small things. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete these two in the back, because I've already gotten this one aligned to what the surface should look like, so we can put these two in the back as new ones. That's looking sweet. My pleasure, man. Having a blast, bro. That's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. And then, of course, we're gonna have garbage falling off of the stuff too. So let's get our garbage piles here. Oh, and then we can have garbage here. Oh, absolutely. Our first group was a bunch of veterans. We met on a Facebook DayZ group, or a Facebook DayZ group. It was epic. We dominated the server in 2 weeks. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys will be able to do on this new version. I'm really looking forward to it. I think the roleplay aspect will be brought out a lot too. As you can see, I'm very meticulous with the way I place things. I like them to line up in certain ways, and that looked a bit too harsh aiming out like that. I think having it in like that looks a lot better. But yeah, we want to have trash kind of on top of this stuff, and having it look like this was a ambushed convoy potentially, or it just never really made it in, because this is a combination of a outbreak and a civil war that was occurring at the same time. It makes you want to think, at least in the lore of Zagoria, it could have been a bioweapon, it could have been a weapon of mass destruction, you know. So it gives you some external things to think about and build your own story for when you're role-playing on here. Kyle is indeed here. Howdy, howdy, Kyle. That's good to hear. Good to hear. So yeah, this is like one of the main points here, main camps. And I see here we have this little guy, razor wire. Oh, and we do actually have it here in the files. It's kind of broken right now, which they're gonna fix. There's a few assets that we can't place right now because they did a bit of an oopsie, and they didn't put the proper file directory for the model. I know, stupid DayZ, but we love them still. We love them still. So we're just gonna have to wait for them to fix that in a patch coming up, and then we'll be able to spawn in even more cool assets here. Yeah, we just want to start overloading this place with like ruin and rubble and just garbage, general garbage that would have been used up during this time. We need to have like a few garbage bins. No, that doesn't actually look nice in that area. Grab this bad boy. Yeah. Put that right there. Sink that down. We're good as gold, pony boy. If anyone knows that reference, what I just said there, you are a legend. We've actually got the disinfectant showers here, which look cool as all hell. Oh my lord. Thank you very much for the achievement sound effect. Christ, that scared the hell out of me. If you don't know what that sound effect's from, that's from the Left 4 Dead series. Very good game. I've made a lot of maps on there back in the day, but yeah, this is looking cool. And we can, I don't want to put another one down. Whoops. Did I put two? No, I didn't. We can actually have the proper shower going in here. But you wouldn't actually, it doesn't quite make sense. We have a large shower there because that would be for vehicles. So, yeah, people won't notice. It just looks cool. It just looks cool having that there. Maybe you're getting a larger convoy going in, or you're having more people moving through, or whatever it may be. It just looks a lot more badass to have that there. There'll probably be somebody who nitpicks and says, "Oh, what the? You're blocking the vehicles. You know, the vehicles are supposed to go through there. You know, they can't go vroom vroom if you got a big ass yellow thing here." But I don't give a fuck. It looks badass. It looks badass. So. Gotcha again. You're on a roll, man. You keep scaring the living hell out of me with that shit. Keep giving me a heart attack. Every time. Every goddamn time with my stupid mic, man. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, check that out. That's really cool. And look how cool that looks. Players can just run through that area, and they can just run right under this. Oh, that's gonna be sweet. That's funny, eh? Look what it says on there. That. I love the stuff they did on here to kind of rip off the normal brands. It's such a funny thing. But yeah, that's gonna be cool. And we're gonna load our medical waste garbage into here. Absolutely load the biohazard stuff in here. For those curious, this is DayZ Console Edition. All of this stuff is coming to DayZ Console Edition with the 1.18 update and the release of the Zagoria remaster. So for anybody that wants to stay up to date and see all these new updates here when the servers are going live, I'd say to follow my Twitter, which you can find in the About page or on my bio on the Twitch. So that'd be the best place to keep up to date. And it links to everything else, all my other resources. So that's going to be your most useful place here for all things Project Lemons and this beauty. That's looking nice. Let's rubble around too to really add the effect that they're getting. Or maybe they're trying to do something here, even though it's concrete. Even though it's concrete. I'm banned from Twitter, but Elon will save me. Fingers crossed, man. Okay, idea, add an empty bed truck so it looks like the crane was dumping stuff in it. Smarty pants. Aren't you so smart? And we can have it right here where the wall's literally broken. Yeah, I guess. These look good enough. What's nice is we actually have trucks here, so if we go into our truck, we've got ones that don't have the upper wire, so you can put a tarp on top, which is perfect for this. Or this one does. I thought they didn't. I guess I'm wrong. Yes, I clearly am wrong. Does this one have it on it? Where is she? Yeah, it does too. Uh-huh. Well, let's just use one of these. We'll use... I like the blue and the yellow. So we can kind of have that parked right over here. Of course, after we fix this. No one will ever notice, but we'll know. Yeah. The small things, man. That's what I was saying. It's the small details. It looks like that scene right there looks pretty good. That scene like that looks fucking sick. Oh. And we'll have a generator here. Oh. Now, with any sort of setup like this, they would probably have their own stadium lights set up. And then we can put the generator right next to that. You look at that. You would totally have those kind of stage lights set up around here. Put one over here maybe on this other corner. Yeah, this is looking sick. Thank you very much, Mojo. It's good to hear that. And if anybody else in the chat or just lurking around wants to give their 2 cents on what they think this looks, or how they think this looks, you're more than welcome to do so in the chat. This is looking great. This was my original vision for Zagoria Mojo. But unfortunately, before, with console having its limitations before the new 1.18 update, I was very constrained with what I could and couldn't add. So now I can really let my juices flow here. Are there any ambulance models? No, there is not, unfortunately. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing for ambulances. Surprisingly, they don't have a lot of first responder vehicles except for police. There's no fire trucks, there's no ambulance, there's no maintenance vehicles, except for that one truck, which I do believe it's a military or an industrial maintenance because those lights on the top too. So that's the only real responder vehicle we have. There's no real things other than police, which is interesting. Well, that's cool. You can have some stuff like this, or markers, or... Alright. Let's see here. Wreck decal, that's just for our oil slicks, and then I need to find this decal damage log. I wasn't looking for this. I was looking for the number 4. Yes, I was. So for those curious, in the new update, 1.18, you can actually overlay decals onto the roads of Chernarus and Livonia, or Chernarus, or however you want to call it. And you can add stuff like this, and if you go down, it looks very three-dimensional. So it looks like you actually have depth with that destruction. Now let's see here, decal damage. What's this one looking like? Yeah, put that down this road here. I'm looking for something specific though. That doesn't want to spawn yet. Decal. Mud. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not for this situation. Oh, okay. This is nice though. We can have some sort of dirt, somethings, somewhere. Yeah, I'm not sure we can put that in right now, but. Oh, look at that. We can make a sinkhole. I'm not sure where you'd put that, but if we want to, we could very much set up a sinkhole. It's just, as you can see, just kind of goes below the ground. So we'd have to kind of. Oh, I spawned in a real vehicle. Look at this. I should be able to throw it around. This is a real car. Whoops. Oh. So fun. Okay, jokes aside, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get back to work here. Whoa, look at that. This is for like an airfield. So if I want to make a custom airfield, like a custom like, yeah, like an airfield, we can do that. High speed area. Yeah. Just thinking here, folks. Doing a bit of brainstorming. I'm trying to find a certain decal here. It's called like damage, I think. Or like concrete or concrete damage. I think that's the one, but it's not appearing now for whatever reason. That's just our luck here, folks. This is looking pretty solid. Like, all in all, I'm very happy with how this is looking. This looks like an actual staged area, especially back here where we have our convoy. For those curious, this is a realistic convoy, so this is based off of a real strategy used by the military, or a real setup that would be used in a military command if they were having a convoy moving into a area, or as a strategic area, or whatever you want to say for that. I know Mojo Rider has some better words for that. Mojo Rider has a lot. He can say it a bit better. He can say it a bit better, but we're going for a lot of realism here. We're going for a lot of realism here. As it inches closer and closer to midnight, I start to lose my ability to speak. I've noticed, man, after 10 o'clock, you start really going. You start really going. But that's just the fun of it. That's just the fun of it. You just gotta keep rolling. Except for this song, we are not going to keep rolling this. We're going to skip that. Okay, and this song is getting skipped too. Ain't that just something? You really nailed this block. Only 35,243 blocks to go. Yeah. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. So there are some things on Zagoria from the original version, version, that I'm going to keep because it was stuff that I did recently that I was just very impressed with, and it kind of just worked out well. So not everything may be getting redone, but stuff like Electro, which was one of my first builds on Zagoria, is definitely getting a full rework. But more of my recent builds that I've done will be just included. Will just be included. There we go. I want to lower that down a bit. I like to offset it a bit so it looks like it was set up on a bit of an angle. What do you think, Mojo? What are you thinking here? I think I'm going to remove this one and then keep this one. That's what I'm thinking. I'm damn proud of what you created. We all are. Good to hear, buddy. Good to hear. Thank you very much. I just hope everybody has a fun time playing this once it gets released, because I'm going to be working my damn ass off these next few weeks, making sure this gets a solid release, because the new update for 1.18 should be coming out pretty soon, actually. Pretty soon. Now that we're already in experimental, shouldn't be more than like at least 3 to 4 weeks. So, maybe even less. They've surprised us before. They've surprised us before. Dude's got serious talent. Oh, you're gonna make me blush, buddy. Thank you, though. I really do appreciate the love. I really do. It's comments like that keep me going here, man. I'll tell you what. Seeing stuff like that, that's all I need. That's why I don't ask for payment, you know, when I'm working on these maps. When I just hearing that kind of nice, those comments like that, that's what keeps me motivated and pumped to keep making content like this. Just because it evolves the console community, you know, and I think this is really gonna shake a lot of people seeing this. Did you ever get the trailer done for Zagoria, or is that still in the works? It's still in the works. We're still working on that. The trailer for Zagoria, because it was going to get released for the last Zagoria map, I think I'm going to do some stuff to update it for Zagoria 1.18. For Zagoria 2.0. So I think we're going to be going through and doing a bit of updating. Bit of updating for that. 100%. Yeah, it's looking nice. Let's see here. We need something that sticks below the ground. Just like that. We can have something shooting, sprawling, and because vines in real life, I'm not sure if anyone's had to deal with vines like in their house or anything. They're very sporadic. Like they are very, very crazy. and their growth patterns are very just kind of all over the place. That's the easiest way to sum it up. Oh, is there a church in this town? I'm thinking of skeleton, or I'm thinking a skeleton wedding is in order. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. You and your skeletons, man. I gotta scatter the skeleton Easter eggs all over the place. Yeah, I gotta agree with you, man. I think a skeleton wedding is in order here. What are we missing here, folks? If anything. What, is there anything that seems to be missing here? Or is this where we want to say we're done here and I can start really growing this out? Container right side, cold body storage. Good man. Dead zombie pile in the back? Yes, sir. Check this out. This is what we have over here. We have a full excavation site type thing going on with the zombies here. It's kind of similar to what you have with the redundant location over on Livonia. Actually, one thing I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to grab these, and I'm going to grab our skeleton friend here. We're going to move this all closer to the pile just a little bit. Just a little bit here. That's looking a bit better. So now if we zoom out, that's looking nice. So yeah, we do have a zombie pile in the back over here of an infected pile. But yeah, Arc Trooper, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Just clicked in the name. I was looking at, I was like, Arc Trope Oreco? And I was like, what? But yeah, Arc Trooper, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Once it opens, boom, 10 zombies. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool to have, like, or even I could add like trash in there too. So if we get our garbage, we can get some of our this stuff in here. Oh no. Yeah, there we go. So let's just kind of pivot this off to this side because only one of the sides can be open. The other side is locked off by default, so players won't be able to get over here anyways. And just small things like that are poking out. Just looks like trash outside, so it's not really big issue here. And then this is where we can add some of our zombies, so we can get a mass grave in here. Put that down. Kind of have them scattered in and out of there. Then what we can do is we can cover up the sides with Rebel. So if we just go here, we can find our dirt piles, and that can be used to cover up. Cover that up, and then we can cover this all up here. And then we can go over here, get the exact same thing. So we're going to grab some of our dirt pile, and then we're just going to kind of overlay that. And then for here, we do see a bit of it peeking through, so we can get another dirt pile medium. And just kind of superimpose that. We're just going to build our dirt up, so it just looks like there's some dirt in the area. That looks nice. And then when you go inside, you see the zombies in there with the trash and all that stuff. what I could even do is we can grab some of these stretchers as well, and maybe put those inside or incorporate that in there somehow. It's a bit cluttered. I'll tell you that, it's a tad cluttered in here. But maybe having this kind of sunken in. We don't want to cover our bodies up here. So if we just kind of lay it like that, have it kind of open, and then something like this. So if we go into our play space, let's see what this looks like. Ooh, that's pretty creepy. And then we can have like a power. Then we need to have one of these next to it, like it's like a AC, or like so we can have aircon inside, pretty much. Yeah, so that'd be like the air conditioning unit to keep the stuff cold in there. Man, I wish I wish people could see all the work you put into this. Well, I mean, that's why I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, people can actually see everything that's being done behind the scenes. So once it's published, they'll have this kind of devlog of what everything I'm doing. So they can somehow. They can somehow. One thing that I always find funny is like 9 hours of mapping turns into like 45 minutes of actual playtime. Makes you go crazy a little bit, you know, but it's all part of the fun here. No, that's a bit too much. A little bit too much. Just a wee bit. Though it would look nice over there if I can find it again. Maybe right here. Have that sunken under the ground like that somewhat. Potentially. too big. A bit too big. There used to be a smaller asset that would just go over the two, but I don't think it's in this version of the files. I don't think it's in this version, unfortunately, but it was very, very cool. It kind of looked like something like this. Well, not like that. It looked something like this. But, unfortunately, those aren't quite spawning in right now. Once again, it's a error with the files. So once those get fixed, I'll start spawning those in and adding those to the map, but we're just going to work with what we have right now. Just going to work with what we have. And now we can start flooding this place with grass. That's the fun part. So we can grab this, and we can start moving this down. Get that down yonder. It's funny, even before I started working on this version, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time I've actually redone this area specifically, which is kind of funny. Oh yeah, now we're talking here. Now we're overgrowing everything. Yeah, that's looking cool. Now let's get some more grass types here. No, I get it. Back when SWT was in development, so having me developing an AI bot as a integrated pseudo user manual / quick reference guide for players. Got about halfway done. I got recalled and had to ship it out, but it was a blast. Can you weather the yellow? 4 years later, it should look a bit worn. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do much. I would have to edit the textures. But to edit the textures, I would need to do modding, and that type of modding is not yet available to us, so I would not be able to do that yet. leaving this here temporarily because this looks really cool. I'm not sure why there isn't traffic lights here already. But I'm just going to leave that there to remember that for later because adding a traffic light system would be pretty nice. Oh. Look at that. Pardon my French, but this looks pretty fucking sick. Alright guys, give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. We're gonna take a 2-minute break here. I'm gonna go get a quick drink. And I want you guys to leave your, just give me some criticism, give me some feedback. Let me know what's up. And let me know in the chat. Because I would love to hear it. But I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna put 2 minutes on the clock here. And I will be back very, very shortly. I'm gonna run a quick ad here too. Radio, we are back, folks. That was, I think, 2-3 minutes. But we are back. We are back. Hope everyone's doing well. Let's get back into it. Big that right there. It does so much. It does so much. Just adding that little detail in there. We're going to use some of the MISC items now. So if we just go into here, go into MISC, we can start putting a lot of cool things in. Usually, for anyone here that does a lot of development, they want to find out how, or they want to know what the best way is to flesh out some of their environments. When in doubt, just use the MISC. Because the MISC underscore assets are just very good environment fillers. Builds atmosphere, builds environment, and you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Unless you do, then you're on your own. For anybody that's curious in the chat, this is for DayZ Console Edition. This is not a PC map, believe it or not. I know from first looks, this may look like something you would see on, would look like something you may see on PC, but this is a console map, 100%. The amount of these chairs that I've broken in real life is astonishing, man. These little plastic guys here, you can get them for so cheap from like Walmart or something. You can, I swear, back when I used to work as a lifeguard for a camp, all the campers would run up behind you and just kick out one of the legs so you'd fall over and it would snap. But that was really fun. Very, very fun. Seems the post box does not want to move, or it's just moving it's just moving in very small increments. I was like, am I not moving it? Am I moving the wrong object here? Or no, it just moves very, very slowly. Yeah. This is looking very cool. Very pumped with this. Notice board. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's broken. This one actually, nope, neither of them actually have text in it. That's just great. Do we have any signs? Do we have, no, we don't have any signs here. Let's see what Enoch stuff we have. It's just general stuff. Okay. Okay. Let's see, let's go back into our MISC then. What do we have to work with here? Maybe a little too much. Put that somewhere else. Might look nicer on the other side here. Put that right there. That's looking nicer. That is looking a lot nicer. Oh, good to see you're still lurking in here, Dumpcraw. Those are just some of our commands we have in there. Dumpcraw ate 5,978 lemons raw. Didn't even peel the skin, you monster. How dare you? How dare you? Let's see how many I can eat here. Oh, you want your fiber. Or, crap, I did one. You don't use the S here. There we go, lemon. Let's see how many I ate. Oh, beat that, Dumpcraw. Project Lemon's DayZ ate 8,000 lemons raw, didn't even peel the skin. Beat that. Oh, only 334. Those are some chump numbers right there. That's chump change. Womp womp. Exactly. Exactly. So Dumpcraw, I'm assuming you've been here to watch this whole thing evolve. What do you think, man? This has become something crazy. This has become something crazy, man. Didn't watch shit. From what I see, nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, let's get a overhead look here. I'll do a little bit of a panning shot here. There you go. Right, so I think that is going to wrap things up for this part. Pretty happy here. We kind of have, this looks like it was some sort of last ditch research area, or yeah, research. Some last ditch research area where they were trying to get some sort of recovery from the outbreak. But as we can see, it's been long abandoned. Let's see, is there a howitzer in the file? No, there isn't. That would have been cool. No cannon either. Yeah. Hydrate, buddy. You deserve it. Thank you very much, Dumpcraw. I will do that. Oh, man. 12:18 in the morning. It's not too shabby. It's not too shabby. in about 2 hours. So at 2 in the morning, we're going to be switching over to DayZ Console Edition because our buddy, the Greedy Peasant, is hosting a very, very cool host. A very, very cool host. A very, very cool event. He's hosting a very, very cool event. So it's called, I believe, Crown the Yellow King. So it's based off of the Yellow King lore within DayZ, but it's some big, awesome event that he's put together. So there was no way I couldn't miss that. No way I couldn't miss that. So in about 2 hours, we're going to be going on down there and having a bit of fun on Greedy server on Xbox. So I hope you guys stay tuned because we have a lot of stuff planned tonight. A lot of stuff planned tonight. But it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure so far, at least. We're running up onto 3 hours so far stream time. So, as Dumbcraw has blessed me, I'm going to jump out for 1 minute. We're going to put a minute on the clock. I'm going to run you guys a quick ad, and we are going to get some hydration. Uno momento. I need to get more water bottles, man. Need to bring some more up here. So yeah, 1 second, guys. We'll be right back. Ciao. Right, folks, we are back with not just 1, but 2 beautiful, filled water bottles. We have quite the hydration here now. So I'm going to take a quick slurp. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me now. I'm not sure if the ad's still playing, but... There's a little ASMR for you guys. Little lemon ASMR. I might have to make that a channel points thing. Lemon ASMR. Soon, soon. Radio. Let's get back to work then. Let's get back to the grind, guys. So what do you guys have planned this weekend? Anyone going out to the cottage? I know it's starting to warm up now, or at least here it is. It was cold here for the longest time, and we just started warming up now. So, what do you guys have planned for the summer? you be well, and thank you very much for the follow, buddy. I hope you're doing well. How's your evening going, my friend? Thanks again for the follow. Good, and what are you doing? Thanks for the question, buddy. We're actually making the Zagoria 2.0 pretty much for console edition. So we'd originally made a map on console called Zagoria, and it was one of the largest kind of map mods, adding a lot of new stuff to the base game for console edition. And in the 1.18 update that's being released in a few weeks, they just released experimental for it. They gave us thousands and thousands of new assets and models and items and goodies that we can use for our maps. So I made the tough decision to do everything again from scratch using the new assets, and this is some of the stuff we've been getting done so far. This is all console, by the way. This is all console here. Let me pan over here as well. So this whole area is being redone. So if we zoom out, this whole town is going to be looking very nice. If we zoom down here, you can kind of see a bit of what we're getting into here. But yes, this is all for DayZ console edition with the new 1.18 update coming out. We've got about... Usually when DayZ puts their update into experimental, depending on how it goes, we usually have a 4-week window from when the first experimental version is released to when it's then uploaded fully to our stable servers. Luke, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for coming on down. But yeah, to answer your question though, Wild, we have about a 4-week window to completely redo everything from the ground up for Zagoria. So it's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a tight one, but it's going to be fun nonetheless. A lot of fun. But this is some of the locations you'll be seeing on console edition, and that goes for you too, Luke. With the new 1.18 overhaul for modding and asset overhaul, and with mapping in DayZ console edition, this is some of the raw potential of what you'll be seeing in 1.18 on console. DayZ console would be better if Nitrado was better. I play on the Series X. Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Nitrado has messed up sometimes, but I believe they are trying to fix themselves to some degree. They're a very professional company, and although I don't mean to defend Nitrado whatsoever, they've screwed up a few times now. They've done their share of fuck-ups, but they are trying to reform themselves and repair themselves, and that's all you can really ask for, you know. I know a lot of people want to get rid of Nitrado, but I'm just happy they are trying to change their standards and make them a lot better for console, because I know a lot of people have been having issues with that as server owners. So, good bro, not sure how long I can stay, but cannot wait to get my hands on these assets. Absolutely, Luke. Like, this is just a demo here of what will be possible on console. All of this is console assets with 1.18. But I hope you're doing well, buddy. That's good to hear. And thank you again for the follow, Luke, and thank you as well, Wilden. I do appreciate it from both of you guys. It's good to see you guys in here. So as you can see, this is one of the last sort of research facilities or field hospitals that was set up, and as we see, it has long been abandoned following the outbreak. This is going to be the staging area for one of the biggest resistances from the military, as you can see here. This is one of the convoys moving to the city. We're using real strategies deployed by actual militaries across the globe to design the way that we're going to be setting up our military interventions throughout this town. So it's all going to be very realistic, very robust, and like similar to stuff that you'd see in a Arma title. New update is, or don't have to get rid of them, but more options would be great, absolutely. New update is definitely exciting, very much, very much. A lot of new stuff coming on in. There's explosives and grenade launchers and just so many things that is just gonna do so much for the game, especially for console. Consoles didn't have a lot of access to things like new modded items or rocket launchers or anything that you'd see on PC, so that now that they have the chance to use these new assets, it's going to be a game changer, and it's going to allow for a lot of new things to come out of the works. So, including this. Including this. So we're gonna buzz over here and continue working on this other military area here. Let's see here. Do you have to add the loot spawns one by one? Luckily, I do not have to add the loot spawns one by one. All you have to do when you're in the DayZ editor, which is the program I'm using, is you go up to here, you go to File, you go to Export, and you go to Map Group Pause. And what Map Group Pause is a compiling of every single item or thing that you've exported, its area, and the loot spawning at it, so it'll correlate with the map group proto file. So all you have to do is export that helpful guy right there, and all the loot will be spawned in one click. Very straightforward, very easy, and very fun. Makes my life a lot easier. I wouldn't be doing this if I had to put this all in one by one with the coding. That would be a pain in the ass. Absolute pain in the ass. Yeah, we don't want to.
Basic types, Mr. Pizer, the wills, the won'ts, and the can'ts. The wills accomplish everything.
We don't want to quite do that.
And the can'ts won't try anything.
There we go. We want to kind of have this kind of warp its way out here, and then it's going to do the same thing this way. So it kind of is going to warp its way out like that. Then we're going to lower these down into the ground, which adds a interesting little zone here. I'm not sure yet how I'm going to portray the government and military bodies within this game. If I'm going to make them like ruthless killers that just want to not support humanity whatsoever and just start killing everybody off, or if I'm going to make it so that they actually have humanitarian aid scattered throughout the map. I have not quite decided which route I'm going to go for the storytelling with the government and the military and all that stuff within this map, so it'll be something we kind of figure out as we go. Like this guy though. I think we're going to remove him. I don't quite like the size there. I might just get another one of these if it wants to duplicate itself. There we go. And then we can just move this over here. Get that right there. And that is looking a lot more streamlined. Streamline. It's getting a bit late. As you can hear from the mispronunciating some words here, but putting the work in here. There we go, that's looking better. to grab this. We're going to lower this down just a little bit. We don't want it to be below the ground or having any clipping issues. But we're going to start adding some debris to it. Oh, I was muted there. How's it going, Wrath? I hope you're doing well, buddy. UB Wilden says, you building from the coast up? Yes, sir. That's how it was for the Zagoria map originally on console. We did a full map overhaul. We had over, I think, 150,000 objects placed on the map. Wrath, thank you very much for the 5 bits. But yes, we had over 150,000, if not more, objects placed on the map in the final export, which is quite the beefy number. And as you can hear from that sound alert from Wrath, thank you very much. It was quite the achievement as well. It was quite the achievement. But yeah, it was about over 150. So we redid every town across Chernarus with the original builder, or not builder items, but with the original items that we had on Xbox. And now that we've got these new things, I'm doing it all over, baby. Doing it all over, and I've only got 4 weeks to do it. I'm screwed. Yeah. That's why I've got you guys here, though, to keep my sanity while I'm working on this project. Left 4 Dead, really? Yes, sir. Wrath, thanks again for the 5 bits. Yeah, man. If you look at our emojis, if you go into the About page, look at our emojis. They're all themed off of the Left 4 Dead achievements, but lemonified, I guess, if you want to put it that way. I'll send a few of them here in chat real quick. 1 second. There we go. I'll send some of our emotes in chat. There you go. So yeah, as you can see there, it is based off of some of the Left 4 Dead achievements, but it's very, very cool. We got some animated ones too that are pending right now, so once they get that through, they should be good. Yeah, I think this is going to be another staging area for the military, because this is going to be one of the military's last staged areas, and where part of the Chernorusian Civil War happened, because in the timeline of Zagoria, it takes place between 2009 and 2010 when the Chernorusian Civil War happened in Arma 2. So the outbreak started happening around that point. I think you guys can kind of piece together what may have transpired here. Not sure if we're going to use those tables. I may use something different, like one of these. No, I might stick with those actually. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with those. Wrath, thank you very much for the bits. Let's see here. Do you think that DayZ devs are gonna buff base structures to combat the grenade launcher and other explosives? Well, first of all, thank you very much for the bits, and that's a good question. That's a very good question. It's hard to say because, like I was saying on the podcast, a lot of the bases right now are very overpowered on console because most servers use the what's it called? They use the build anywhere mod. Well, it's not really a mod, but they use the build anywhere feature, which makes it so you can put like hundreds of walls in theory inside each other. And I don't know about you, but that's pretty overpowered. So I think that the grenade launcher is going to help combat this. So I wouldn't personally buff in that situation. Like, I don't think it deserves a buff if you have the build anywhere mod on, but I'd understand if it was the vanilla building. But for community servers on Xbox, I think, well, Xbox and PlayStation, I think that having the grenade launcher will help combat some of those very overpowered bases that are currently in the game. But that's my 2 cents on the situation. If anyone else has any opinions, you're more than welcome to share them in the chat. You know, this is a public stream, and I want to see what everyone thinks here. You know, I love to get everyone's opinions on stuff. So. Base building needs some love with variety. I can agree with that as well. Yeah, I can agree with that as well. Base building does need a just a wee bit of love. What do you guys think of this scene here? This is looking pretty badass, if I do say so myself. What are you guys thinking here? Yes, no, maybe so. That's looking hot. I can agree with that. You can build some crazy bases on community servers. Yeah, that's the issue with it, you know? So I don't think in that sense there should be a buff, because if they buff it, it'll just make it even more difficult with the crazy bases you can build on community when they have the build anywhere turned on. So I think that if they make it so you can buff bases, I think it's something you should just be able to modify. Like have it as a multiplier for base health or base damage. I think that would be a good way to handle it, because then at least server owners will have that end ability to change how overpowered it is to mitigate some of the issues you would have with those very overpowered bases. So they can make it more weak or more strong depending on how they want to make their servers. So I think that would be the most appropriate way to do it, in my opinion. I would make it so that explosives can damage bases, not guns or melee. That would be an interesting take. That'd be an interesting take. Or maybe specifically for the metal buildings, that's how it would work. So you wouldn't be able to damage the metal buildings with bullets, but you could then damage them with explosives. That could be a very good way to combat that. What do you think about that, Wrath? Looking good, Luke? That's good to hear, buddy. Thank you. Thank you very much. just the start. We have to fill in this whole area. It's gonna get crazy. Let's get some overgrowth going. Overgrowth proxies. Thank you for the bits, Wrath. 5 more bits. I kind of wish they gave GL to the M4 and other weapons, but I understand that there's that's why, because they imagine just running around with a grenade launcher on an M4, like just spraying and praying as you're doing it. That would be way too crazy. That'd be way too crazy. And thank you for all these bits, my friend. Oh my lord, thank you for all the bits. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. With all the brick piles around that would go only with explosives can damage metal and brick. Yeah, or concrete as well. Wrath, thank you for all the bits. Thank you for 10 bits now. I do wish I could fortify my base with sandbags or concrete to make my home stronger. Yep. But yeah, also get nickeled. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you. So many bits. Bits everywhere. Thank you so much. You are a real one, as the boys at home would say. Wrath coming in with all these bits, man. Oh my lord, thank you so much. I hope we don't get the red 9 just to mess with Lad. Yeah, that'd be funny. They're gonna release every weapon but the red 9 when they'll say something similar with the grenade launcher, the underbarrel grenade launcher, like, oh, it might be a bit too overpowered. For those who don't know, Lad is a member of the 87.8 Survivor FM podcast, and he is quite the top-notch guy, if I do say so myself. So we like to mess around with him because he's been wanting the red 9 for quite a while now. So it's always just a bit of fun to take some jabs at him about how he's not going to get it anytime soon. Make sure it's all good inside. The issue with Ivy, or using these specific Ivies, is it causes collision issues, as you can see there, but you can still enter through the back here, so it's not a big problem, I'd say. But this here is kind of going to be a bit problematic, so we're going to have to fix that. So we can just get this one, and let's just find one that might fit better. Let's worry about the houses later. let's just do this first. Let's get a bit ahead of myself there. Very vocal for the red 9. If they had the red 9, that's they need to rename it to the Lad 9. Yep. Oh yeah, sorry about the ads, man. It's just it helps the stream, supports the stream, and I need to trim them down just a bit because I think they're doing it a bit too much. So I'm gonna have to go through after this stream is over and get that worked out. Thank you for the bits. I didn't get to hear your thoughts on the Lad 9. It was very funny. It was very funny. I am part of a Milsim group on Xbox. We are currently waiting on Arma to get more updates and to be more stable to start operations. Yeah, I feel you, man. Well, you know, Wrath, in the meantime, this would be a cool place. Zagoria, once we get Zagoria wrapped up, this would be quite the nice place to host your military operations, because we are basing all of our military convoys and our military strategic placements off of real-life ones that would be used by actual military groups across the world. So this could be pretty cool for you. Wrath coming in with all the bits, though. Thank you very much for all these bits. I really do appreciate it. So many bits here. Let me count this up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 40 bits. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 40 bits here. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see all of you amazing people in here tonight. Yeah, if you see me kind of pause like this, I'm just eyeballing the area because I'm trying to envision what I want to do here. I'm trying to get a good sense of what I want to be put in. That makes sense. Okay, thank you for the bits again. 10 bits this time. Thank you very much. Don't forget to send it forward. No, I will not. I think I'm sub to a few channels here. I like to sub to a lot of people to show my support, you know. Yeah, I will definitely pay it forward, my friend. I will definitely pay it forward. We need a generator here because the generator is what powers those overhead lights. So we got to make sure there's generators at both scenes because these things are crucial, or were crucial to the military occupants in this area for keeping their lights going while they were holding their operations and such. So we're going to use a military tent, one of the big ones here. We're going to use this guy. That's a net. That is not a tent. So we're going to use a single thing. We're not trying to militarize the coast here. We don't want players getting overpowered loot. And the way we've set our stuff up anyways, they wouldn't be able to get too much crazy things from here. Any of these military zones anyways, so it's not too big of a deal. Not too big of a deal. Just want to make sure none of these things are poking through, which they are. It's a big pet peeve of mine to see these that are poking through any other models. So I always make sure that these are always good, because realistically you wouldn't have these going shooting through someone's car. Now would you? Not sure if you've started this, but are you looking at releasing Zagoria on PlayStation? When Zagoria is completed, my friend, it will be released to all platforms. So PC, PlayStation, and Xbox at the same time. So the day 1.17 drops, I'm not going to say it's 100%, but I'm hoping that the day 1.17 drops is the day that I'll be releasing Zagoria, and if that is the day, it'll be out on all platforms. It'll be out on every platform. No, those are a bit out of place here. Adding any of these little HESCO boxes here, I think that would be a bit too out of place for this scene at least, you know. Yeah, I think that's a bit much, unless it was a full base, but I don't believe this would be a full base. This is something that would be a bit more reasonable, this here, but actually, yeah, I do like that. I do like that. So we can just go like this, and we can realign this so it's nice and straight, nice and straight, and we can offset that so it slides right through. And look at that. That looks pretty clean. And just to confirm something real quick, or just to set you guys at ease, I don't plan on militarizing the coast. The only reason there's such a military presence in Electro is because this was the final staging area when the outbreak inevitably started. So this is going to be, of course, where you'd see the most heavy military presence, but this is going to be one of the only places where you would see this military presence whatsoever, because this all happened so quickly. It just would have been such a rapid thing to respond to. So you're not going to be seeing much of this elsewhere. Just want to clear that up real quick so you guys don't think oh, why is he putting military everywhere here? It's because this is the last staging area, so. You are amazing, man. That's so awesome. Thank you for sharing the love. No worries, buddy. I wish they had the HESCO barriers without the ground of the bomb so we could stack them. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. So what we can do is we can grab these here. We're going to duplicate it. We're going to rotate it this way like that. And then we can... we have something like this going on. We're experimenting here, guys. We're getting all experimental. That's the fun with this. You do something, and if you like it, you keep it. If you don't like it, you go back to the drawing board. That's how it's done, folks. Let's get a player walkthrough here. Let's get our guy in here. Take a quick route. Yeah, this wall is going to go bye-bye. So we're just gonna grab, we're just gonna grab these guys right here. Just want to make sure I get these 4 points, because sometimes if you do a mass selection, it might get some of the other ones over here for no reason. It's a bug, but don't want to risk it. Don't want to risk it for the biscuit. But do I want to replace these walls with these ones? Possibly. Possibly. I say possibly, even though that is a definitely. There should be a pole here for this. Yes, there is. So we can put that right in here. And then this will be replacing these here. And then of course we'll have these here. That's my luck though, man. Literally the second I was about to be done working on Zagoria for console, I was so happy. I was like, this is good. This is what we can do on console. I'm ready to release this. They decided to do all this shit. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Leave it to DayZ though. That's why I love him. Gotta go. Have a great stream and can't wait to catch you again. Bye everyone. Take care, my friend. Thank you for coming on down and thank you for spreading all the love. It was a pleasure seeing you, and I hope to see you again soon. Uh-oh. We didn't want to do that. as you kind of slowly add stuff, slot stuff in here, then it kind of see it starts falling in together like kind of like jigsaw pieces, you know. You can see that. That's looking a lot nicer now. Yo, Heath, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're doing well, buddy. I hope I pronounced your name right, or Lil Heath. My bad, Lil Heath. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Welcome on in, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Believe it or not, this is a build for console edition. Quite the big project we have going on here. We're redoing all of the map. This was part of a original project called Zagoria, which was a map mod that was being worked on for console edition that I was spearheading a while ago, and we were about to release it this summer. Or I was about to release it this summer, and DayZ decided to release the experimental version of 1.18, which added in thousands of new objects, which made it so much easier to do stuff. And I thought, you know what? It's a bit of a flyball move. or taking a shot in the dark here, but I'm gonna redo everything from the ground up. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm redoing the entirety of Zagoria from the ground up, way more detailed, way more pristine, with all the new assets and everything I've learned. So, very cool stuff, very fun stuff, and I hope you are enjoying the footage of me working on this. Just trying to think here. I'm gonna add a Hummer there, or Humvee. Maybe if we wanted to, we'd have like a truck like that. And we could have. I'm gonna lay some of the basic stuff down right now. These are just decals, which kind of paints on the ground and adds a bit more detail, I'd say. So I'm going to be adding a few of these down here, and then once we lower this, there, that's looking good. We're going to go back there in a second to very kind of fine-tune that. And then if we can find a Humvee here, which I know it's hiding somewhere here. There it is. We can have one of those somewhere in this area as well. We don't want things to be too congested because flow is still a very big thing. So making sure we maintain flow is always going to be at the top of our list. But you want things where they're just nice and packed, but not too packed, you know? That's the perfect medium, in my opinion. Like, you can just get through here, it's just that little smidge there. But I'm gonna need to fix that collision with the glass there. But now, that's part of the process. There we go. I don't think we should. Oh, we do still get up. I believe that's just from the ivy over there, though. It's not a big issue. Not a big issue at all. How the tires looking on this side? Not too bad, actually. We can just get some dirt here to fix the issues here. And then over here, we'll put a bit more dirt. That's a bit much, actually. So we're going to get the medium 2. That should work pretty well. That's perfect, actually. That is perfect. Now that's good. We're going to make sure that this guy over here, this big boy, is properly... Oh, that's not the right guy. There we go. We want to make sure this guy is properly lined up. And then for him as well, we'll be adding some of our medium dirt here. We're adding just a little bit more here, just to kind of cover up the tires. We can even kind of rotate that, kind of do something like that a bit more. That looks decent. That looks decent. Now let's add some shattered glass as well. So let's go into our rubble. We can find our rubble glass here, and we can just kind of lower that right down. That's looking good. Yeah, I hope everybody that's watching the stream is doing very well right now. I think we have an ad playing right now, so I'm not sure if you guys can even hear me, but I hope everybody's doing well nonetheless. In about 30 minutes, we'll be hopping over to DayZ console. We'll be running a event with the Greedy Peasant, which is going to be very fun, very interesting, and very, very cool. So I'd say if you want to hang on for about a half hour, there's a lot of fun in store. A lot of fun in store. Alright guys, so it's 1:36 right now, and I think at 1:40, I'm going to stop this stream, and that will give me 20 minutes to get everything set up and good to go for the console stream. So I'm pretty sure that's how we're going to do it. So in 4 minutes, we're going to call this stream to an end, and we will continue progress on the Zagoria 1.18 pretty soon. But for the most part, once we are up, we're going to shut this down, get the Xbox going, and we're going to hop on to experience the Yellow King event with Greedy Peasant. A lot of fun stuff in the plans. A lot of fun stuff planned in general, but stay tuned, guys, because things are going to get very, very interesting. Just doing a quick benchmark here to gauge performance. Rightio guys, so it's now 1:45, so we're about 5 minutes over schedule now, but I think with that, we are going to call it for this stream, and that will give me about 15 minutes to get ready for the next one. So we're going to save this, and with that, that will end our current build stream. So that was 362 objects. That sounds pretty good. Let's do a quick flyby to review the areas we've worked on so far. Rightio, so I had a blast, guys. Thank you all so much for coming on down. I appreciate the love, I appreciate the support, and I appreciate all the bits from URAP. That was very, very nice. I think that was about 40 or 50, but thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. And I appreciate all the love that you guys have been giving me recently. I'm going to be streaming this tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. So if you guys liked what you saw here, make sure to subscribe, make sure to follow, and make sure to turn on stream notifications, because Twitch might not always notify you when I go live. So if you have those turned on, you will be one of the first people to know when we start working on this again. So with that, guys, that is me signing out temporarily, and I will see you guys soon. Ciao for now. Before we sign off here, I'm gonna find someone who we can raid, but we will be able to come back here anyways if you guys want to come back and see the stream when we're playing on the console side. So let's use live right now. Let's get some people up. See who's streaming. Rackaroo's live. That's not too bad. We got Rackaroo. We got Choco POS. Let's see. Is Greedy live yet? Greedy is not live yet. Tragic Zombies online. Oh, Tripmine. Tripmine's online right now. He's a good guy. I think we're gonna raid Trip. For those who don't know Trip, he's a console DayZ creator. Very cool guy, very nice guy, and a lot of fun to run with. So we're gonna raid him. Right, guys. So like I said, it was a pleasure. Thank you all for coming out, and I will see you in about 13 minutes when we hop on console to play with Tripmine and Greedy and the rest of the console cult on the new DayZ event. So I'll see you guys soon. Take care.